get off to high speed, go, cross 18 left, and back down.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. It's Walt, back with you for another episode of Runway DFW. It is my understanding that there's an echo on our stream right now, and I'm working on that problem, so I'll continue to work on that as we go along on this Saturday, April 6th, 2024. Welcome to DFW Airport. Well, what have we here? Why, that looks like a Singapore Airlines Cargo 747. It is going to Brussels. And let me unlock the old tripod here so we can follow along with this big aircraft. Yes, when we get to a lull, I'll work on this echo thing. In the meantime, I won't talk too much. It's flight 7979. Is it going to go over to the east side of the airport for this journey? It's looking like that. Well, yeah, looks like we're going to have to take a look at this from afar as it takes off. All right, let me see here what I'm doing wrong.
Affirmative. 181, slip takeoff on FB partner 2375.
We got a whole party here today. Well, please stand by. Still an echo. Well, that's even more than an echo. What the heck is going on? Let's see. Is that any better? Well, that sounds better. It sounds better to me. Are you still getting an echo?
All right, runway 18 right, clear land back 1482.
Okay, well, if you're not getting an echo, I guess I'll find out pretty soon. So hello to everybody out there. Abraham says, wow, a treat, Singapore Airlines cargo. Yeah, we've got to follow that over to the east side of the airport. That's what happens sometimes. It is going to line up over on the east side for takeoff, and we'll be able to see it as it goes across there, as it kind of rises up above behind those terminal buildings that you see over yonder. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Hey, we do have some good news as far as well, kind of good news and bad news, I guess. If you wanted to see the British Airways A380 Speedbird take off tonight, we may not get a chance to see that because it's running 3 hours late. So it will not be here until the 8 o'clock hour. So it's more than 2 hours away. So we'll get to see it landing in the dark, which is kind of fun. But we may not get to see it take off. When we were here earlier this week, the British Airways Speedbird, we saw it come in, and it came in late, and it did a really quick turnaround for such a big plane. It turned around in about 2 hours, or a little more than 2 hours. This is Frontier, flight 2632, coming in from Denver, an Airbus A321. It's an Airbus A320neo with Kit the Kermode bear. You know what? Didn't we have a bear on our poster today? Is this the same one? Probably have more than one bear. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look. I think we had a different bear.
RNAV to Laren 1A left, clear for takeoff, American 789.
As you might be able to see, it's overcast today, but there is kind of a break in the clouds appearing. Let's see, what was our livery today? That was a different bear. Sebastian's cars, planes, came do-over. Sebastian's Cars, Planes, Trucks, and More says hello, guys. Just joined the stream. Hello to you. Let's see. Yeah, O'Malley. He's got a good memory. We did have a brown bear, I think, on the thumbnail. Josh Aldridge, another channel member and mod, says very nice livery. Sounds like something Gerard might say. And Gerard is here with us. Thank you for that, Gerard. Another great mod. John M. says hello to all my Runway DFW friends here and around the world. Share Bear 79, appropriately, likes that livery. Barbara P. Sterling, a channel member, says Melbourne, hello. And O'Malley, hello. John M. confirms that the echo is gone. Echo gone, echo gone. Dog says, good afternoon, everyone. And Barbara P. Sterling also confirms the sound correction along with Gerard. Thank you, Gerard. And along with Beth F. Beth F., I did get your drawings just before we went on the air. I didn't have time to process them to put on the air this time, so look for that. Well, I don't know. Our next broadcast is going to be very... well, I'll tell you about that. Let's get back to some planes here, and we'll tell you about what is coming up here on the channel. As soon as I find this plane... Oh, there it is. So, we have scheduled for you on Monday a total solar eclipse special. Now, as many of you know, the total solar eclipse is bisecting the nation here in the USA, and Dallas, the city of Dallas, is smack dab in the path of totality. So my initial plan was to come here to Founders Plaza, which is where we normally broadcast for most of the time. But I didn't see any indication that they were going to have any kind of traffic control or parking restrictions or anything that would create order here. Now, I'm not saying that there won't be, but I'm just real worried about that here at Founders Plaza. So I investigated some alternatives, and I found some very nice people at a car dealership in Dallas, adjacent to Love Field. They have a garage, like a 7 or 8 story garage overlooking the airport. And they were having an eclipse party. And I got myself invited to it. So I invite you to join us on Monday. Around 10:30 a.m., I think, is when we'll go on for the Runway DFW Solar Eclipse Special. So it's 10:30 Central Time. So we'll be on there for a little bit before the moon begins to envelop the sun. Now, the latest forecast I see, well, we'll get into the forecast in a minute, but it's not looking great for the eclipse to get a perfect view of it. But in any event, we'll be there. We'll have other people to be there to talk about what their experience is. It's going to be fun, and I hope you can join us, especially if you're outside of the pattern of the eclipse. That was Alaska Airlines Flight 468 going to Seattle, or coming from Seattle, a MAX 9. Rats, did I miss the... swing around real quick here. We're going to catch Turkish Dreamliner coming in from Istanbul. It's landing on the east side. But I think I distracted myself from the Singapore Airlines cargo 747. It got away from us. But not to worry, because Cargolux to the rescue. Cargolux has a 747 going to Luxembourg.
Another B-bar, clear for takeoff, 18 left, on way 3393.
And we'll be seeing that in just a minute or two. Now, you know, it's also going to Europe, so it may get also sent over to the east side, but try to keep a little better track of that one. This is American Flight 30, American Eagle 3393 to Springfield, number 175. And about to come into view is a Viva Aerobus flight 685 to Monterey. That'll be an Airbus an A320. But before we see that, I guess we'll zoom out here and catch flight 1961, American Airlines, coming in from San Antonio, Texas. Can you tell that it's windy today? We had one day of very mild winds the other night here, and then now we're back to another breezy late afternoon here at the big airport. Here's the Viva Aerobus.
American 2299, we shall approach, 18 right.
Decked out in the colors of Mexico.
Departure on way 3393.
Here you see a Qatar A350 1000. And there's an Embraer 170 coming on in from Amarillo, Texas, flight 3385, American Eagle. All right, so we're now on 747 watch. That is where we will see the Cargolux when it appears. And there it is. Patrick Lloyd says, hello, everybody. At a family gathering where we celebrated my mom's 98th birthday. On my way home now. I will post again later. Wow, 98 years. I hope I can endure to see that day. Happy birthday to to her. We should play our happy birthday music, shouldn't we? So, happy birthday, a very happy birthday to Patrick Lloyd's grandmama, oh, his mom, and to everybody else who has a birthday today, tomorrow, this week, this month, from Runway DFW. All right, our birthday greetings. Danny P. says, Walt, you have a great live stream. Do you post a schedule of when you'll be at DFW? Would love to see the magic happen in person. Regrettably, the weather is so unpredictable here. And also my schedule, my personal schedule is not open all the time. I've got a full-time job in addition to doing this. And so I come out here when it's opportune, when we've got good weather conditions, and even when it's not great weather conditions, but when I can get out here. So, no, the answer is no, I don't have a set schedule. But if you'll keep that notification bell switched on, I do usually post our upcoming feeds. I try to do it at least 24 hours in advance. Sometimes that does not occur, but I'd love to see you. Stop by if you can. I don't know how far you've got to travel to be here. That's another thing, because I've got to go 50 miles each way to get here, so sometimes I just can't do it. And sometimes when we don't have ideal conditions here, I can bop over to Love Field in Dallas. We did a recent broadcast over there at Love Field in the rain because there's a parking garage from which to poke a camera out of. So as I said, this Cargo Lux 747-400 is going back to home base in Luxembourg. We find that it often takes off from here on the west side, but we just had the Singapore Airlines cargo plane dispatched over to the east side for takeoff to Brussels. So, but if you're just tuning in, we will see later this evening the British Airways A380 coming in from London, as it is about 3 hours late. And that was something we were going to miss on the live broadcast, at least as far as the arrival goes. But we'll get to see it roaring in now in the darkness. It'll be almost 7 o'clock Central Time before the sun goes down here, now that we're in daylight saving time. So we've got kind of a hybrid daytime and after dark broadcast for you on this Saturday evening. And again, this looks like it's definitely on a trajectory for the east side, but I won't let this escape our attention.
35 on the visual running right.
So off it goes over the bridge to the east side of the big airport here.
All right, clear to land, thanks. 1035.
Let's see, we've got Got our flight radar on today as a source.
Land 1 red on board 3551.
You can see there an American Eagle flight coming in from Midland, I think that is, yes. We'll keep an eye on that. If we look real close down here, it's another long distance shot, but we can see the Turkish Dreamliner now approaching Terminal D. Give a little digital zoom in there. I would like to thank Landis McGowie, a channel member, for a $10 super chat. Best regards to you and all, Walt. Thank you so much for that, Landis. I don't know if you can tell from this shot. I think you can. You can see the kind of overcast cloud, mostly cloudy. I guess there's a few open spots in the clouds there, but mostly cloudy today. We'll turn our attention here to the western skies on camera 2, and you can see the flags fluttering in the breeze. The beacon is not spinning around right now. It will later on. And the 747 Cargo Lux is approaching the takeoff position over on the east side, so we're gonna keep an eye out for that. O'Malley says, does JetBlue fly to DFW? I'm not recalling many, if any, flights. They do fly here, but their operations are pretty much reserved for the east side. I think I've only seen a JetBlue flight over on the west side once. That's a 7879 Dreamliner, American Airlines, coming in from Chicago O'Hare Airport. We endeavor to bring you all the wide-body arrivals and takeoffs, but sometimes we let one slip by. This would make a cool time lapse right here, I think. All right, the 747 is getting ready to take off. What we'll do here is we'll turn this camera around. Now we should be able to see the tail. You see all those American airline jet tails. Good to see you. Thank you again. I've still got my water here.
Okay, well, I brought you another Topo Chico.
Oh.
But I'll give it to you in a little while.
Okay.
And, I brought the...
Your guests are here once again?
Yes, the guests are
Good
here.
to see you. Lori, one of our great channel members. As the breeze picks up here, we're waiting for Cargo Lux Flight 6696 to Luxembourg, a 747-400 takeoff. And as I said, between those, not the plane that's coming over the bridge, but between the tails there and the Dallas skyline, we should see very shortly the big tail of the Cargo Lux plane as it rolls down the runway, and then it will be hidden from us, but we'll watch it lift off into the late afternoon sky.
No, I just had one of my candy bars while I was waiting for
Ralph Woodard has a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Hey, Walt, we have a ton of wind here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Hopefully it doesn't get much worse for you guys either. Well, I think you can see that we've got a bit of wind ourselves. I have sandbags today weighing down our tripods, just as a matter of precaution. Okay, the 747 is moving now, but you will see some involuntary movement of the tripod if I let it go. There it goes. All right, Cargo Lux is rolling. We're gonna expect to see it rise up somewhere in this vicinity. Off to Luxembourg it goes. Catching some rays as it does, and then not so much. Yeah, it's pretty far away from us, taking off from runway 18 or 17 left. So that's why it's just kind of a dot on your screen. If you're watching on a phone, you're saying, where is that plane? Oh, it's a big plane. How come it's so small?
Okay, line up on weight 18 left, 111 American 1803.
It be gone. American Flight 1803 is on its way to McAllen, Texas.
National line clear for takeoff runway 18 left, American 1803. 18 left, line up boy, American 29.
And you may have just seen a 777 in your shot. That is flight 2777. Hey, a 777 with 3 sevens in its flight number? That's cool. It's going to Los Angeles. We'll go back and look at that in just a second.
I have a line of 18 left, thanks, sure, American 2770. You know, the fast American 1803.
So 777-200ER. Making the big turn here on 18 left. One of the older triples in American's fleet. This is dating back to the year 2001.
Lauren, clear for takeoff on 18 left, American 2777 Heavy, thank you.
This is actually going early. It's scheduled to take off at 6:30. Oh no, it's a little 5 minutes late. Almost 6. But pretty close to schedule. I would expect it to arrive within the correct parameters. We'll get there to LAX at 7:53 if everything goes according to plan. Very glad I have headphones over my head, because otherwise my Runway DFW baseball cap would have sailed away by now.
Have a good day. What's the frequency for American? All right.
About to see a Dreamliner crossing over the runway here. It's going back to the terminal. It's on its way. Jolt Jack 747 says, "Hey Walt, can you show my drawings from a while back?" Let me see if I still have them in the system here. Yeah, I think we've got, let's see, is this it? Oh, there that is, yeah. Well, that's one of them. Oh, there's 3 of them. That's one of them. Where he's got the, got an MD-11 there, and the, our logo and the names of some of our frequent guests and visitors and channel members. And he says, "Thank you all for liking my drawing, and you're watching Runway DFW Live with Walt." And there's a Lego that Jolt Jack made. And there's another drawing which says American Walt DFW Live. It's the Reno Air livery of American Airlines, so it's pretty cool. Thank you for those, Jolt Jack. And Beth F., the reason I don't have yours in the system is because that came in as I was, your drawings came in as I was setting up today, so I'll have to file that away and put that in for one of our next broadcasts. And our next broadcast will be on Monday at 10:30 a.m. Special day, total solar eclipse day here in Dallas-Fort Worth, and across much of the nation. And so we will be broadcasting live, rain or shine or clouds, and we suspect it's going to be clouds, but nothing we can do about that. Let's see. Let's give you the official forecast, because I think Here we go. All right, here's the forecast for Monday. Eclipse day. Partly cloudy with afternoon showers or thunderstorms, high 82 degrees, winds south-southeast at 10 to 20 miles an hour. Chance of rain, 50%. That doesn't sound promising. Let me see if I can get into more details. Right around noon on Monday, when the eclipse is supposed to happen, partly cloudy. So it looks like the rain will be holding off until the eclipse is over, but during the totality, it's going to be partly to mostly cloudy here in North Texas. So we're prepared to get a picture of the sun being eclipsed by the moon. We've got special filter for our camera.
Forward tower, good afternoon. Will I say 10?
But I don't know if we're going to be able to deploy it. So we'll just find out.
Runway 18 right, will I say 10?
The airport says the winds are coming directly out of the south at 18 miles an hour right now, and you can see by the size of that, as it's been described as a used car dealer-sized American flag. You can see it's fluttering quite swiftly, or quite stiffly, I should say. We got Volaris flight 800 coming in from Mexico City next. This will be an Airbus A320-200. But we've still got a couple minutes away on that one. Johnny Dodge says, are those our friends from England on the right? Yes, they are. They're with Lori. O'Malley says, Walt, you look quite dressed up today. Well, not really. I just have a button-down shirt, and but I'm not exactly dressed up, I wouldn't say. Probably you mean I look quite slovenly most of the time. Josh Aldridge says, I'm surprised that big flag isn't a Lone Star flag. Well, we do have one behind us, although it's looking a little tattered. If we turn the lens around here. So we're looking to the east on this shot. Now we're going to look west, which is why the flags are flying in the opposite direction. But there you see the flag of the city of Fort Worth on the left, and then next to that is the city of Dallas flag, and there's the Texas flag with the Lone Star on it, backlit by the setting sun. But you can see around the edges of that Texas flag, it's a little bit tattered. I think they might want to consider getting a newer version in. Well, our dearth of aviation activity has ended now that the Volaris flight is coming in from Mexico City. Airbus A320neo.
Right turn 190, maintain 10,000, white left, quick takeoff, envoy 3337.
The finale of a 2-hour and 2-minute trip from Mexico City. The Simpsons.
Taxiing left on Gold 8, clear to approach 1918. Left and 121. Thank you, good day, flight 800.
Hey, there's
Over to departure,
Luke, the
130,
random
37.
spotter. Hey, y'all, back from Northwest Iowa. Or from Northwest Iowa, back home after 26 hours straight of travel and just a little bit tired. Good golly. Yes, Luke was in Guam. I don't know where else you were, Luke, but Guam, that's a pretty fur piece from here. Glad you're back safely. Totally understand if you want to put your head on your pillow there. I know I would. Here comes American Flight 650 from Belize City. It's a 737-800. A flight of 2 hours and 37 minutes. Gina M likes the clouds. I do too. It's kind of relaxing. Well, what do we got incoming here? We've got American Flight 3529 from, I'm looking at this, well, it's American Eagle Flight 3529. I'm looking at this is one of those tests I have to myself. I'm looking at the airport code and trying to see if I remember what it is. It's RSW, and I know it's in Florida. I can't remember. Okay, I'll cheat. Fort Myers. Of course, Fort Myers, RSW. Makes perfect sense. Well, here it comes out of the northern sky. It's an Embraer 170. RSW Fort Myers.
American 387, visual 18, right, parking one. Alright, 18 right, short of Bravo, clear to land American 387. RFB Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 3937. For way 18 left, envoy 3955.
Thanks to Lonnie Johansson, channel member with a $2 super chat. Hi, Walt from Northeast Kansas. P.S. Any MD-11s well, we have we have three tri-jets over yonder. I don't know our current situation. Here, if I point the camera this way, you can see in the background one of the three tri-jets. We're not where we normally are located for our nighttime streams, which gives us a much better view of all that. But I don't expect any of those to go out on a Saturday evening. From beautiful downtown Burbank comes Flight 1208, American Airlines. 737-800. And that aircraft rising into the sky was American Eagle 3955, taking off to Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of our initial channel members and a moderator, Michelle RS, has gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you, Michelle RS. Thank you for that. So we have a passel of new members coming in. Welcome to you all. Sam Wilson says, Runway DFW. Evening Walton chat can only stay till the top of the hour, unfortunately. Well, we are happy to have you with us for as long as you can. From Guadalajara, we now bring you American Airlines Flight 387. It's a baby bus, an Airbus A319. Keith Shelton says, if any of the mods see this, could one of you poke Walt to see if he's getting membership gifting notices? I am. Did we have another one? Did I miss another one? Let me check. So I must have missed Heath's gift of 5 Runway DFW memberships. So Heath, I apologize for that. Thank you. And I know the recipients thank you as well. Very kind of you. Thank you, Heath. And I'm sorry I missed that. Sometimes these things escape me. An American Eagle flight arriving from Brownsville, Texas, flight 6189, CRJ 701ER.
American 1892.
So Luke is off to dinner. I'll be back,
Tower
he
American
says,
2373, we'll be ready.
unless he nods off.
18 left, line up away to American.
Randy
2373.
Bucksbaum with a call back to the arrival from Burbank. Let's go to the Slauson cutoff and the fork in the road. But that's kind of a mix. See, sometimes us old timers can get, and I'm not saying you're an old timer, but that I believe was some nomenclature that was used by Johnny Carson when he would do the Tea Time movie a bit. But the beautiful downtown Burbank was a laugh-in thing. Although Carson may have made that reference as well, I can't remember.
Arnett B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2373.
So there's another intra-Texas flight on American Eagle from Killeen
18 left, line up away
on
to
a
American 25.
Mitsubishi 701
Hello, American 479.
ER, CRJ 701 ER.
Okay, program 18 right, American 479, howdy.
American Flight 2373. It is going to Vancouver in Canada. Another Lone Star arrival, this one from Abilene, Texas. Flight 3380 in Embraer 175. Yes, I know it's windy. Tell me about it. I have another flight coming in from a relatively new destination. I think we mentioned this last week when we were here. This is American Flight 1892 arriving from Roatan on the Yucatan Peninsula. It is south of Cancun, a place with a lot of fine beaches and resorts and also some very historic ruins in the Roatan area. I'm pretty sure this is not a daily flight. I don't know what the frequency is on it. It's a 2-hour and 48-minute flight on that 737-800. Well, look what time it is. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color here. What happened? Did I push? Oh, I think I hit something. We're going to do that over again. Hang on. Let's see here. We'll try this. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Walt here with you. We've done 1 hour. Let's do some more. It is Saturday, April 6th, a windy Saturday, April 6th, here at the big airport. We have some police in the neighborhood. They're right behind me, in fact. I think they're doing a little PR with kids. At least I hope that's what it is. This is a flight that just came in from San Diego. Flight 479 in Airbus A321. Yes, I know you're tired of seeing that date on the screen. Let me get that out of there. And I saw a $2 super chat from Embraer to Walt. What direction are the winds? The winds are coming out of the south today, directly out of the south, at a pretty brisk pace.
Line up and wait, 18 left, envoy 3329.
So we're in what they call south flow, which is the normal, kind of the way it is most of the time. Statistically, it's mostly in south flow here. As we look at the One World American Airlines livery.
2652, photo line, 18 right.
And is that newly painted? So I'm not seeing it in the...
18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 3329.
I think this is flight 2417 to Mexico City.
18 left, American 339. Regional Park, American 697, take care.
But I don't see the little icon or little picture next to it on Flight Radar 24 doesn't indicate that it's got a One World livery, so I don't know if it's freshly liveried or not. Heath Shelton said it would be quite awkward if the police were there to arrest the kids. So can we get a shot of them there? I think we can.
Clear take off 18 left, B Park, American 339. 18 left, left, wait, American 247.
Yeah, so the police are, it's not quite in focus. Police are taking pictures with the kids. So yeah, a little PR going on. They're probably letting them sit in the squad car and run the siren. I'm sorry for the bad focus there. I know what I can do. I can tap that. Shouldn't I just focus on that? There we go. That's a little better. So a salute to our men and women in blue as they intermingle with the crowds here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Lonnie Johansson with a $2 super chat asking, do you remember when Flight 191 crashed there? And he's talking about Delta Flight 191, which was a Lockheed TriStar. And yes, I've told the story before, but I was working at WFAA TV in Dallas on that evening when that happened. It was late in the afternoon. And I was producing the 10 o'clock news, as I recall. So I'm sitting at my desk, which is about, 20 feet away from the assignment desk where all the scanners are. And all of a sudden, I heard on the scanners this very terse announcement, but I'll never forget the words that I heard. And the words were heavy jet down. And I raced over to the assignment desk and told our veteran assignment editor, who was just about ready to leave for the day, I said, "Did you hear that, Bert?" And he said, "No." But then it quickly became apparent that there had been a terrible thing happening over here at the airport. So we threw everybody that we could towards the airport. And of course that was back in the day, when was that? 1985 or something like that. I can't remember the exact year. But you couldn't just pull out your phone and make a live broadcast back in those days. You needed trucks and satellites and all sorts of things. We put our helicopter up in the sky. And yeah, it was a pretty awful day. The flight just landed coming in from Monterrey, Mexico. The flight that just took, no, the flight landed was from Cancun, Mexico. The flight that just took off was headed to Monterrey in Mexico. So anyway, that's my little story about Flight 191. A pretty awful day. Got a heavy jet coming in.
We're going to 142.
This is American Flight 1311, a 7878 Dreamliner. This is coming from Philadelphia. I didn't know we had a wide-body flight from Philadelphia.
1486 visual 18, arrival inside mark. Alright, clear landing, 1486. Depart clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 312. Liability 18 left, American 1974.
Three-hour and 4-minute flight from the city of brotherly love. Thank you, Lori.
You're losing your Starbucks.
Oh, it's the wind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lori just brought me a refreshing Topo Chico. Oh, look at that. It's me favorite livery of the American Airlines Heritage liveries. Gleaming in the late afternoon sun.
Go American 312.
This is American Flight 1771. The plane in the foreground with the, whoops, the stripe down its side. It's going to Las Vegas. How can you not like that livery? It's 737-800.
That's Sir American 1974.
Tower Envoy 3829 is inbound heading.
And Josh reminds us it's time to boop the snoot. I should have a sound effect for that.
Right. Thank you, Envoy 3829.
Janet Jones 43, channel member, says that retro AA yow.
0, I'm in maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 38.
Thank you to Emery Urges for a $5 super chat. American puts wide bodies on its intra-hub flights all the time, like DFW to Philadelphia, Miami to Chicago, Los Angeles to Charlotte, etc. I know that. I'm just saying I hadn't seen that before. And I'm not out here every day, but I hadn't seen a Philadelphia wide body flight. But I'll certainly be on the lookout for it. And I apologize for a shaky cam, but it's just what happens when this wind gets in the way of our transmission here. Beth F., channel member, says, oh yes, that is an awesome plane. Sunscreen on its nose. Tim Heasley says, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the live stream, Walt. You are the best. Oh, thank you. Sam Wilson says we got an arrival on 13 right, American Flight 1080 from San Jose, Costa Rica. And yeah, 13 right is a runway we don't get to see. It's to the west of us. It's at it's diagonal instead of north-south, so it goes when the wind is blowing from the south, the planes land there from the northwest to the southeast. And is that, do I see the Qatar Oryx tail, which I guess went across the bridge?
Clear to land, 18 right.
It's going to Doha.
Taxiway Bravo, Americans.
We'll take off from the other side of the airport. Somebody was talking about JetBlue earlier today. There is a JetBlue plane in the lineup to go to Boston over on the east side, of course. Yeah, Josh, I did see the big queue in the background there. Leslie Morgan says we're getting some lovely liveries tonight. But I can't get enough of this one. I don't know, it wasn't that long, well, it was probably about 10 years ago when this would be all you'd see here. I guess we would get kind of tired of seeing it, but now that this is the only one left, kind of like it. Plus it's got stripes. Stripes make the plane. All planes should be required to have stripes.
Tower American 869 Heavy, approaching leg ready, 1A right.
I mean, I'm so stripe-centric, I even like the striped beach towel condor planes. That's not a lot. There's quite a divergence of opinion about those, but I like them. So as I was saying, I got some sandbags for our equipment. There you see them there. They're yellow and black striped to kind of make sure our tripods don't flop over in the wind. They were not pre-made sandbags. And so I spent part of the afternoon today filling them up with sand. And that was not fun at all. It was more not fun than I had anticipated it not being fun. Does that make any sense? No.
American 2078, 2 miles outside of leg ready on the visual, holding right.
You know what? JetBlue flight 1214 is about to take off to Boston.
Clear to land, runway 18 right, hold short, taxiway Bravo American.
It's over there on the east side of the airport. I don't know if you can pick it out on that screen there. We're going to try to show it taking off into the sky from the east side. I don't know how successful we'll be. Not a big plane, an Airbus A220-300. Just to say that we have been successful in bringing you an Airbus or a JetBlue plane. It is now rolling down runway 17 left, or 17, yeah. No, 17 center. So we'll see. It's not going to be very big on the screen because it's
18 left, line up and wait a minute.
not a big jumbo jet. There it goes. Okay, JetBlue. Yay! Eclipsed by an American plane, but... So there, we've proven to you that JetBlue does fly out of Dallas-Fort Worth.
18 right, clear to land, hold short of Bravo American 2008.
Teeny tiny JetBlue. We also got word within the last week that Breeze Airways is going to be flying into and out of here, I think thrice weekly, to Provo, Utah. And that will happen, I think, in July, if I remember right. Of course, our friends Kevin and Rudy just did a feature on Breeze Airways that just was published, I think, today. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Oops. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. This is an Airbus A320, American Flight 303, going to Spokane, Washington. Now see, Spokane has a weird airport code, GEG, but for some reason I can remember that one. RSW, Fort Myers. I can't seem to commit that one to memory. Hope you're having fun here with us on Runway DFW. And once again, I should remind you, I should have made a graphic for this, but I didn't get around to it today. Filling up sandbags and such. But on Monday, about 10:30 in the morning Central Time, we'll be going on the air for our live eclipse coverage from Dallas Love Field. We have secured a commanding view of Love Field. We'll be able to see downtown Dallas, the skyline. We'll be part of a party.
303 going to departure. Have a good one.
So there'll be lots to see, even though it's supposed to be a cloudy day on Monday here. But we'll have our special camera aiming right at the sun being eclipsed, just in case we get a break in the clouds. As this plane arrives from Sacramento, California, flight 2078, an Airbus A321. And the plane that was taking off I'll have to get back to you on that one. That was off to Tucson, Arizona, Airbus A321. Alrighty.
East side American 22.
Heath Shelton says, highly recommend it. If you haven't seen it yet, check out the airline videos, Breeze Airways behind the scenes. Yes, but they never cease to disappoint. Those special videos that Kevin produces with Rudy and their editor. Nice stuff. From Palm Springs cometh this Airbus A321, American Flight 2008. Shadows are enveloping us now at Founders Plaza as we get ready to welcome Flight 2073 from San Diego. Another Airbus A321. Now once again, in about, when was it supposed to be here? About an hour from now, we're expected to see the British Airways A380 running late. We'll see it arrive just about when it's supposed to be taking off back to London.
Runway 18 left. Good evening, American 348.
Oaks departure, grade 9, over 3439.
On that one, clear to pick up 1 left, American 348. Back at 2496, legway 18 right. Quarter line 1 right, short Bravo, American 256.
There you see the other Qatar A350-1000. We saw one going out earlier back to Doha. This one is being tugged over to the terminal for its departure later tonight, I believe. The airport now says the winds are up to 25 miles an hour. So we have battened down the hatches here at Runway DFW. Josh Aldrich says Frontier adds a bunch of new flights from DFW beginning next week. Yeah, I believe I heard about that. I don't think any of them are daily flights. Well, maybe one or two are, but yeah, Frontier has established a kind of a crew base here. They did that, I think it was last year.
Cross 18 left, with Foxtrot Alpha.
And so they've been on the move, expanding. This is Flight 843, American Airlines, coming in from Austin, Texas. 737-800.
American 555. There's a departure, American 348 safe.
I have to say, even though it's 75 degrees here, it's starting to feel a little chilly with that wind. I may have to get the official Runway DFW windbreaker out of the car. comes American Flight 2496 from Portland. It's an Airbus A321. You see it kind of crawling down the left side of your screen there. And as soon as I get this plane in view, I will punch over to it. There it is.
RNAV Lauren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 555.
It's an Airbus A321.
American 355, visual, 20 right.
Really the perfect lighting to take pictures of airplanes during the golden hour.
American 1663,
There's someone taking pictures of planes.
Thanks a lot, American 555.
So our next three flights coming in on this side of the airport. American Eagle 3930 from Birmingham, number 175. American 2635 from Ontario, California, an Airbus A321. And then behind that is American Flight 365 from Grand Cayman, a Caribbean island to the south of Cuba. Which Mrs. Runway DFW and I are familiar with. Not Cuba, but Grand Cayman. Because as billionaires, we have all of our corporate entities registered in the Cayman Islands, and all of our tax-free savings is there. Just kidding. They have great snorkeling in the Cayman Islands. All right, this flight from Birmingham. We will now flip over to watch the flight from Ontario, California coming in.
Sorry, verify 355, American's clear to land, taking right. Clear to land, 2635.
This again, an Airbus A321.
Good for takeoff runway 18 left, RNAV, depart American 2698.
And now we'll turn our attention to the flight coming in from Grand Cayman. So we can see two flights on the screen there. The one on the right is coming from Grand Cayman. The one on the left is bringing passengers from Los Cabos in Mexico. This is a Grand Cayman flight. It's a 737-800. It's a 3 hour and 16-minute flight from that little teeny tiny island. Of course, Cayman has its own airline called Cayman Airways. And their symbol is a peg leg turtle with a sword, as I recall. That's what appears on the tail of the Cayman Airways planes. They sometimes fly here to Dallas, Fort Worth, but currently not. I do see them occasionally on Kevin's stream out at LAX on his Sunday broadcast. That's American Flight 2288 there not underneath, but in front of the East Tower here at the airport. It's going to Fresno on that Airbus A321. It seems more interesting to see the planes coming in, so we're going to keep our eye on the flight arriving from Los Cabos in Mexico, flight 1663. It's not too far away. It's just a 2 hour and 2 hour and 2 minute flight so far. Probably thrown in another 10 minutes before it gets to the gate to deplane. Gina M says she loves the pirate turtle. That's kind of an interesting symbol.
What's our 1 left at
Looking to the north here, we see a couple of planes, the first of which is on the right, coming in from San Antonio, Texas, a 737-800. It is 737-800.
Park traffic at 122.88.
Just a short jaunt from San Antonio, a 45-minute flight. I hear birds that aren't grackles. That's how refreshing. Cue the birds. That's American Flight 329. It's going to Boise, Idaho, 737-800. Let us swing back around to bring you
Line the wait on board your traffic.
The arrival of American Flight 1772 from Mickey Mouse World, Orlando, Florida. An Airbus A321. I think after this flight, I'm gonna go get my wind jacket. All right, another successful landing. And
18 left, line of void, American 1430.
we're going to play a little music
Departure, American 329.
whilst I go to the car and get my jacket. So hang on there. Be right back here on Runway DFW.
B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1430. Over departure, beginning on Boeing 6531. Line up for white 18 left, American.
All right, I'm back. Got my official Runway DFW blue windbreaker on. Hey, you too can have an official Runway DFW windbreaker. It's not just for me, you know. Where do you get one? Well, you get them at the streamlabs.com/runwaydfw merchandise emporium. Yeah, you can get a mug there. And you can get a sweatshirt or a pullover, a hoodie. Just the thing for those cool spring days. You can get, of course, a cap. I changed my cap to my nighttime Runway DFW cap. It is much more fun. And, of course, you get a t-shirt as well, exclusively. And that's what I'm wearing there. It's the, I think they call it a packable jacket. And I have the royal blue version. So anyway, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw will take you to our merchandise emporium. And thank you for taking a look at that. So much for our Mary Tyler Moore clone music. Star Trek says, I'm so relaxed on this channel. Closing in on 2 a.m. here in Scotland, so maybe hitting night time. Loving the stream as always. Thank you, Star Trek.
Star American 584.
Live long and prosper.
Go to Park C, American 1215.
I'm trying to go through messages to make sure I didn't... Well, I know I'll miss some things. I often do. What you see there is American Flight 2896 going to Portland, Oregon. Airbus A321 Neo. We have an American Eagle plane arriving now. That looks to be an Embraer 170. Let me see if I'm right about that. Didn't look big enough to be a 175.
584 at Nettie.
Well, I'll tell you in a second here. That was a 170 going to Laredo, Texas.
Right, American 584. We're parking on the west side.
I do believe we have some non-American Airlines planes coming into view. There's United on the left, Delta on the right, and about to move into that shot. Guess we'll have to cheat a little bit here. Is an Alaska Airlines MAX 9 going to Seattle. So I guess this is when American lets other airlines take off, I guess. Pardon? I can talk, yes.
Do you sell videos of this?
This is
Just on you?
just on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah.
2896 today.
Just all the time?
I do it about 3 times a week.
I thought I was the only addict.
It's good to see you too. My name is Walt.
Well, I'm Jim.
Jim, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah,
Check out our channel.
I will.
Okay.
Runway DFW.
Yes, sir.
Let me take a shot.
Yeah, we just made a new viewer. Jim. He's taking a picture of our sign so we can remember the name of our channel. All right, Alaska 575 to Seattle. A MAX 9.
Take up 1 left on MP Park, Alaska 575.
Line of void, 18 left, American 855. Tower load, 4126, visual white right.
American Airlines Airbus A320 coming in from Tucson, Arizona in the foreground here in a second. There it is.
Clear land, 18 right, hold short, Bravo, cross the traffic county, 4126.
MAX 9 went pretty much most of the way down the runway, didn't it? Josh Aldrich has purchased a Runway DFW sweatshirt from our Runway DFW mall. Thank you, Josh. This Airbus A319 is going to Sioux Falls, flight 855.
After departure, Oscar 535, enjoy.
But we're going to watch a plane coming in from Los Angeles. This is a flight 1682, I believe. 1582. An Airbus A321. On a windy Saturday evening here at DFW Airport. I've noticed that on the UK streams like Big Jet TV and Mac Aviation, they're always doing broadcasts during storms, and they give the storms a name there, kind of like we here in the U.S. give hurricanes names. They give storms names. So I don't know, maybe we should give this wind a name. So let me know if you have any suggestions for us as to the name of our wind this evening.
On a B part, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 855.
So you saw United Flight 2005 to San Francisco. Go out of your shot there. Let's take a look at this here. Because this is a notable plane because it was built in the year
1994.
That is a 29-year-old. That plane will be 30 years old in July. Yeah. Of course, United has a bunch of planes on order. From both Boeing and Airbus. It looks like this Delta A220-100 is getting ready to take off. Let's see if it's going to Wookiee us here.
6210 visual, 18 right. Clear land 18 right, hold short Bravo's got a 6210.
I don't know if we'll be able to hear it over the wind. I need somebody to turn the wind off. The skies are kind of clearing, I must say.
Tower by 3900 visual, 18 right.
Did we say where this is going? This is going to Salt Lake City, this plane is. Flight 1383.
Clear land 18 right, on way 3900. Speed up cross 18 left at kilo crossing about
Emery Urchis with a $2 super chat saying the United flight is about to head to SFO. Thank you for that, Emery. Good evening, Walt. If you happen to catch Alaska Max 9 N70 N704AS, that would be the one with the door that came off. Well, that was not the plane we saw taking off there. So.
1383, 18 left on S, or clear.
All right, here goes the Delta plane. Listen. It did make a little growl there. I could hear it, but I don't know if it came through. Given our wind situation tonight.
What's that, American 679? Cultural 1 left, Golf 8, American 679.
It's just about sunset here.
Line up way count 3170.
We're just about 30 seconds away from sunset. I don't know that we'll actually get to see it because of the cloud cover. But we'll point camera B at the western sky here. The beacon is spinning around. It's aglow. All right, well, Leslie Morgan heard the moan. Josh Aldrich did as well, as did S35 Bonanza pilot. And Carla Longerbeam. And John M says it sounds like a whale yawning. Or, yeah. Chad Hart says golden hour is the best hour. And we're about to lose golden hour here as we thank Big Fam Barbecue for a €249 super chat saying May 7th I'm coming in with American Airlines flight 71 from Frankfurt. So excited. That does sound like an exciting flight. Now, if I were coming in from Frankfurt, I would try to get myself on the Lufthansa A340. That's one of my that's my second favorite plane right now. And I think I did see the A340 on the docket a couple of times this week, so I don't know. It looked like they were flying the A300. They had substituted that, and I thought maybe the days of the A340 were over. But as far as Dallas-Fort Worth goes, but no, it looks like we've at least gotten some more of those A340 flights. Love that plane. Never been on one. Probably never will, but you know what you're hearing there? It's either the air coming out of my tires of the car or me opening a Topo Chico that Lori brought. That is a refreshing beverage. I think we have here with this San Francisco bound flight the same thing we've had in recent days. It is being held, I'm just guessing, but I think it's being held until it gets clearance to go out to San Francisco because of restrictions at that airport. You know, they don't want planes to come in and circle around until there's a place for them to land. I'm guessing what that is because we've seen this time and again with San Francisco bound flights. I think we have a go around here. That was American Flight 1456 coming in from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A321. And it elected, either it elected or it was told to go around. I didn't hear it on the ATC.
Flight heading 210, American 1456.
So it gets a do-over just before 8 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. As passengers get a little more sightseeing.
135, 975, American 1456.
Well, then we have a little clearer shot of the the UPS, one of the UPS tri-jets over there. There's 3 of them parked over there, but we won't get to see any of them go out tonight, I don't think. Ram Tough Mama says, what's our vector, Victor? A-list flyer Chris says, good evening, friends and flyers. Hello, Chris. He, of course, is a channel member and a moderator. So say hi to Chris. Chris got to peek in on our members only broadcast on Friday. If you're a member of the channel, you can go back and watch it from our secret location where we're going to do our solar eclipse coverage on Monday. Hope you can join us for that, especially if you're in a place where the solar eclipse does not reach your location. The weather forecast is giving us cloudy skies on Monday, so I don't know how much of the sun being eclipsed by the moon we're going to see, but it will get dark, and we will be at an eclipse party on the rooftop of a garage overlooking Dallas Love Field, and with a clear view of the Dallas skyline. It's going to be beautiful. And as I said, we did a test broadcast on Friday, a brief one, which went, it was announced not far in advance, and it was members only. So we got to see a plane or two land. We got to see the skyline of Dallas. We got to see this location lets us see the other side of the terminal at Love Field. So we get to see a little more activity on the ground, so it's a pretty good location. And we'll tell you more about that location on Monday when you join us for the special coverage of Runway DFW Eclipse Special. Now we've got the United flight finally getting its chance to go out to Los Angeles. I'm sorry, San Francisco. Oh, look, I see a message from our friend Kevin at Airline Videos Live. I will get to that in a minute. Kevin, there's still time to hop on a plane and come out here for Monday. You know that. You know, you get finished with your Sunday show, you pack your bags, you get on a red eye to Dallas. I'm sure there's some seats available.
We're 1 mile away from Lake Ray, taking right. Clear 19 right, American 2769.
So let me get back to our friend Kevin, who says, with a $10 super chat, thank you, Kevin. Howdy, partner. Looking forward to your show on Monday. Well, Kevin, I think everybody but me has probably seen your Breeze Airways behind the scenes. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. It is an American Eagle E-Jet arriving from Amarillo, Texas. I am pretty sure Kevin's been pretty busy getting ready for his Sunday extravaganza. Huh?
I'm a big fan.
Oh, well, thank you.
Just wanted to come out to your Sunday.
What's your name?
Patrick.
Patrick, good to see you. Thank you. Patrick, a subscriber, is here checking us out in person.
American 2177, checking in visual code 20 right.
Well, it is after dark
20
now.
right, American 21.
So, you know what that means.
3406 off with kilo.
I mean, it's still a little light, but
Left with kilo on board 3406.
I have to switch things over here. So let's do that now on Runway DFW. After dark. All right, we're going to slow things down now. Well, we're not going to slow things down. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing. But you are watching Runway DFW now, after dark. Walt here with you from a windy Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world. And we'll be here with you as the skies darken and planes come and go. So hang out with us here for more from Runway DFW After Dark on this Saturday, April 6th, 2024.
The following program comes to you in color.
Rocking in the night.
Takeoff, American 2438.
Here comes a plane from Seattle. Will you see it here? Are we in line to bring it to you? There it is. It's an Airbus A321. It's an American Airlines plane, as you can clearly see. Flight 2769. Yeah, we're getting another gust here. Everybody saying hello to Kevin. Kerry J, channel member, says love Runway DFW After Dark. O'Malley, making sure you know that we're in color.
If you don't mind, can I see?
Pardon?
Just can I see, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No problem. We have somebody checking out our setup here. We have an aircraft arriving from San Francisco. This will be American Flight 2177, an Airbus A321. It's getting very gusty. I thought the winds would calm down after sunset. They seem to be picking up. Got a little extra bounce there on touchdown. There are the towers of Cedar Hill glowing in the background. About 25 miles away up there. Don't see anything coming in right now. Let's see, we have one plane which is lining up, well, two planes lining up to take off. This is one of them. American Flight 1024 off to Bakersfield, California.
We did say that, but we're ready now. We got 3190. 28 left, line of weights, got 3190.
It's an Airbus A319. I don't know why I said that like we're at a golf tournament. Airport saying the winds are at 20 miles an hour right now. I don't know what that converts to in the metric system. That's a pretty stiff wind. As I showed you before, I've got everything loaded down with sandbags. Robert Stevens, who's one of our channel members, has offered up a $10 super chat. Hey, Mr. DFW, you have the greatest after dark shows. I look forward to them every time. Really appreciate all that you do. Well, thank you, Robert. Thank you for being a member of the channel and for your support of Runway DFW.
20 left, line of Runway to American 1024.
$747 Superfan says Kevin is a very cool guy. Yes, I'm very happy that I can call him not only a colleague but a friend. He's been very kind to us at this channel and to me personally. So we have a very good relationship. Oh, we had a little wing wag there. That was American Eagle 6188, a CRJ 701ER, coming in from Waco, Texas. Another one of those short jaunts. Just a 36-minute flight from Waco, Texas to the south of us. But yeah, I would expect to see some wing action or some little instability as flights come on in. Next to go out is American Flight 1024. It's a baby bus, an Airbus A319, going to Bakersfield, California. That's it there.
R9B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1024.
American 81 heavy, 10 out for 18 right. 21 final for number 1 on
We do have a 777 on its way.
Yeah, we're here. We're 18 right, 9 miles.
We'll see that next. It's American Flight 81 coming in from London Heathrow.
Or clear line 18 right, thank you, American.
And another Heathrow arrival should be coming up within this hour. It'll be the delayed British Airways A380 Speedbird coming in from London Heathrow. It's running about 3 hours late today. We thought we would see it take off. We're going to see it land. Jim O'Leary says, when I grow up, I want to be Walt. I never thought I'd hear anybody say that. Thank you, Jim, for that vote of confidence. All right, here in the distance is the incoming flight from London. 777-300ER, 8 years old. It took off 9 hours and 17 minutes ago from merry old England. And it's almost here.
B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff on Boeing 3330.
Oh, and the British Airways A380 is just about 4 minutes behind this plane. And I think it looks like that'll be the next arrival here on 18 right. So, stick around for that. Despite the wind, we've got a lot of folks here to see it.
Go to Fire Show 33, Surge 1.
All right, we are going to punch over to this camera. You'll see me turn our camera around, and we're going to get a nice long distance look at the king of the speedbirds, the A380. Coming at us from London. Flight 193. It has been in the air for 8 hours and 53 minutes.
What are you doing?
Pardon?
What are you doing?
I have a live YouTube channel right now, so we're on the air on YouTube. You're welcome. What are you doing, I'm being asked. This particular Airbus A380 is 9 years old. It'll celebrate 10 years this September. Will any other airline ever fly an A380 into Dallas-Fort Worth? Don't know. Emirates and Qantas did at one time. They stopped those flights at the onset of the pandemic. Both of those airlines still fly here, but using other aircraft. I've heard some chit-chat that maybe Qantas will resume its A380 flight from Sydney to DFW. Who knows? William Fright, your channel member, says, good evening, everyone. And hello to you. Texas Gal 07 says the 777 just looped over us, then the 380 just flew past. So amazing. Pretty amazing plane. This one is. I feel like if I had a parachute attached to me, I would just sail directly north, right in the path of that A380. Wouldn't want that. But we do have our hatches battened down here, so I think we're good. Now, if our other friend Kevin with Wellington Flights Live were here, he'd be perfectly fine with this. This is like Wellington-esque weather as far as the winds go. Fortunately, it's not very cold tonight. You see it's 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Very mild evening for early April. The 380 did make a go around the other night when it was before I got here. If I've ever seen this plane come in at this hour of the day. It's quite a sight. When it's on time, it usually comes in late afternoon. So, a highlight of every broadcast we get to see it. The king of the skies, the Airbus A380. On its way now to Terminal D. And I don't know if it'll do a quick turnaround or not tonight. If it does, we would expect to see it go out in the 10 o'clock hour. There it goes with the curtain of Cedar Hill broadcast towers behind it. Look who's here now. It's Rudy, LA Plane Spotter. Hello, Rudy. Looking forward to you and Kevin on the air tomorrow morning, bright and early, from LAX for your Sunday Spectacular.
Land L1 right on board 38.
Couple of American Airlines flights on the way in. On the right, flight 1923 coming from Reno, Nevada, 737-800. On the left, well, technically the one on the left is an American Eagle flight arriving from Monterey. It's an E-Jet, flight 3889. Gary Trentlaw says hello, Walt, from Northfield, Minnesota. Beautiful day here. No complaints here, except for the wind, of course. But, you know, what are you going to do? It's not raining. And you can hear we have a crowd of folks here. We usually get a pretty good crowd for the A380 coming in. Even though it's late, people keep track of when it's going to be here, and they make an appearance. So once again, this is the flight from Reno, Nevada, 737-800. On a laid-back Saturday night with Runway DFW. I see a $2 super chat from Texas Girl who's been, I don't know if I haven't seen her here tonight. She's been keeping me company on some of these broadcasts. So thank you for that, Texas Girl. There's the A380 about to berth at Terminal D. Janet Jones 43 says, Walt, I love the laid-back weekend streams. Thank you. David Glover says, hello from a windy Mankato, Minnesota. Did I pronounce that right? Is it Mankato or Mankato? Channel member Kevin Kelly says, hello, Walt. Hey there, back to you. I see Raina Taylor in the chat, one of our great channel members, and the official Runway DFW Equestrian Champion. Vince Las Vegas says, evening to you, Walt and friends. Hey there, Vince. Thank you for being a member of the channel. We have a new subscriber by the name of Enrique Moreno. Thank you, Enrique. And you may have seen it go through the shot there. That was American Flight 9793 off to Los Angeles, where our friends Kevin and Rudy are stationed. Triple 300 ER on its way to the City of Angels. There's Raina Taylor with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Raina. The BA A380 looks good at night, especially with the tail lit up. Thank you so much for bringing it to us, Raina. My pleasure. Thank you so much for being a supporter of this channel. Josh Aldrich wants to know if I've seen the pics of the new Delta A350-900 and the LA-28 livery. I don't think I have. I'm pretty plugged into all the... oh, look, that took off really fast. Look at that. That was a quick rotation. Look at that going up. Whoa. I don't know that I've seen a 777 take off that quickly. A new subscriber, Miss Cred Shirt. If I read that correctly. Thank you for your support of the channel by a free subscription. That means you will be able to enter the chat room. Getting a gust here. It's an American Eagle plane coming in from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Flight 3925. Kind of an example of how the wind is blowing here. That is as we point out quite often, that radar tower is about 10 stories tall, and so you can gauge by that how big the adjacent American flag is, and it is starched right now. Michael Krosky is our newest subscriber to the channel. Thank you, Michael. Donald Connor says, good evening, Walt, from Western North Carolina. There's a lot of directions in that. West, north. Landis McGowie with another $10 super chat. Grateful ergonomic desk and chair here and pro-assembled. Great improvement in neuropathy. Grateful for this community. Well, you should have done a video of your professional assemblage of that ergonomic desk. That would have been interesting. I'm sure there must be people here on YouTube who do like IKEA assembly videos, right? There must be. Allison N. With a question about that American Airlines 777 that just took off like a rocket repositioning flight, she asks. And you know, that had a very high flight number. It was a 9,700 something. So that could have been like an empty plane. I don't know. And Ron C. said it looked like that 777 did a noise abatement takeoff. Not needed at DFW. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. There's an interesting... Family Man 82 indicates that that's a ferry flight to LAX. It is entirely possible. Saying no passengers. Michelle R.S. says, I'm hoping Walt will be on Saturday morning in a couple of weeks to get my departure to Cincinnati. Well, give me a reminder there. I don't know what, in a couple of weeks I will be, well, it's at the end of the month. I'll be going to Indianapolis, and we'll be doing our first broadcasts ever from Indianapolis. Why Indianapolis, you ask? Well, because I went to college there at Butler University. They're having a reunion of The radio television department, and I haven't been back there in just ages. Well, since I stopped living there in 1980, I think it was. So that's a lot of years. And so I'm looking forward to seeing some old pals there. And in fact, my old pal and college roommate Howard told me that he would be willing to come on the air with us during one of our broadcasts as a kind of a sidekick, as kind of my Rudy. Not that anybody could ever replace Rudy, but so anyway, it's something to look forward to in a few weeks. End of the month. I'll be there the 26th, 27th, 28th, and the 29th of April. Here we are at Founders Plaza. Crowd's thinned out a little bit, but there's still a lot of folks here. We should get back to looking at aeroplanes, right? There are two of them in the sky. The one on the right is United Express Flight 6049 from Denver, operated by Mesa Airlines on a CRJ 901 or 900 ER. And then the one on the left is an Embraer 170 American Eagle from Huntsville, Alabama. So here is the Mesa Airlines plane, and if I do believe this will be not painted in United colors, United Express colors. It's still decked out as Mesa. Mesa, of course, feeding United passengers to its hub in Denver. We're about to see an American Airlines, I think it's a Dreamliner. Let's see here. That's a Dreamliner crossing over to the hangar area. There's the tail of the British Airways A380 getting ready for its return flight back to London after arriving here 3 hours later than scheduled. Carlo Longaby, reflecting back to that 777 takeoff, it says, I can't say that I've ever seen a passenger plane take off at that angle. Cargo planes plenty of times, not a passenger plane. I would agree with you on that. I don't think I ever have either. Rob Thompson, channel member, says wind is finally settling down in the northern plains, switching around to the northwest. So good. Yeah, and I would have expected the wind to kind of abate as the evening progressed here, but so far not so much. DMC Horrors says, watching from Australia, watching my partner fly in from LA on the American Airlines Flight 1871. Cool. And our friend Skittles is here with a $35 super chat. Walt, I'm totally loving that view of the American flag in all of its glory. Thank you for this broadcast tonight. Wonderful stuff. Well, I thank you, Skittles, for your ongoing support of this channel. Here's the flight from Huntsville. It's an Embraer 170. Huntsville, Alabama. So I don't know, is that a junior E-Jet? If it's a 170? Well, nothing seems to be going on over there at the takeoff position on runway 18 left. As we mentioned earlier, we don't get a lot of UPS action on Saturdays, or at least not the hours that I'm here. You see in the foreground of those 4 UPS planes is the MD-11, one of 3 MD-11s that are parked over there. And I don't expect they'll go out, probably not until Sunday night or Monday morning, but I don't know. Kind of slowed down a little bit here. Let's check in with the chat. There's another acknowledgement of our Skittles' kind contribution. Landis said, Runway DFW, glad you specified which Huntsville. Didn't know if it was passengers, if passengers were from NASA or the Texas Department of Corrections, which of course Huntsville's where one of the major Texas prisons is located. Well, I think it was Huntsville, Alabama. Are you making me second guess myself here? Trevon Sadler says good night to everyone. Trevon, glad to have had you with us. If you are departing, hope you'll come back. Super 80 Swiss Air says strong winds might require the pilots to use full power on takeoff. Also, a 777 on a 2-hour flight to LAX would be relatively light. Yes, it wouldn't be all totally loaded up with fuel as it would be for a transcontinental or a transatlantic or transpacific flight, so it's something to consider. But again, I've never seen a triple go off like that before. All Fun and Games says, how are you feeling about the eclipse on Monday? Well, I'm feeling excited about our broadcast, which will take place starting at around 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Do the conversion for your time zone. I'll be putting up the preview for that tomorrow sometime. And as I said earlier, we've got a super spot ready to go. We'll be over at Love Field in Dallas with a commanding elevated view of the whole airport and downtown Dallas skyline. And we'll be at an eclipse party, so there'll be people there with reacting to it, and so I think it'll be a lot of fun. And if you're a member, you can get a little preview of our location with a members-only video we put up Friday. We were live Friday for about 20 minutes at this new location. Yeah, we'd never been there before, so I wanted to do a test stream, and things worked out okay. So, hope you can join us for special coverage of the total solar eclipse here on Runway DFW Monday morning, starting about 10:30 a.m. Central Time. We're looking at American Airlines flight 1361 coming in from Reno, Nevada to 737-800.
And Tower American 1361, about 1,400 feet, 3 miles. We had a loss of 5 knots and a gain of 10 knots on final.
And you heard the pilot of this plane. Did they say a loss of 5 knots and then 10 knots? Is that what I heard? Maybe being buffeted by a gust of wind, or maybe wind shear. I would say that's a very smooth landing, considering the conditions. You see, coming over the bridge is Frontier Flight 1835 from going to San Francisco. Airbus A320 Neo with Kit the Kermode Bear on the tail. And entering your view there is American Flight 2957 to Houston Intercontinental George Bush Worldwide Airport, 737-800. About where the 777 took off right there. No, even earlier than that. That flight we keep talking about that went to Los Angeles at a 45-degree angle. We have a plane arriving from Austin, Texas here, 737-800 at flight number 789. Austin's, what, about 45-minute flight? Let's see here what it says. 41 minute. Well, here we are, illuminated by headlights. We're up against the fence tonight, as you can see, the temporary fence, which has been here a while, and so we're a little bit out of the light, the ambient light. Here comes American Flight 2580 from XPL. What is that airport? Oh, Tegucigalpa. 737-800 from Tegucigalpa in Mexico. That is a 3-hour and 11-minute flight, it says here. I don't know if I've I've ever seen an American flight coming in from Tegucigalpa. Oh, sorry. I think that was Texas girl. She tapped me on the shoulder and I was startled. When you've got a pair of headphones on and you're intently following a plane, you can get a little startled when somebody pops up behind you. But not that I mind visitors, I don't.
Oh, well, there you go.
Sorry, I got a little startled.
I didn't mean to.
That's all right.
I didn't mean to get in your way.
No problem.
Yeah, I kept asking how long you were going to be up here for. And
Oh.
nobody would answer me. So.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll be here probably till, what is it, 10 o'clock?
Oh, okay.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I'll stick around until I'm going to start doing.
Okay.
Start looking at flights here.
I just got an alert on my watch. It says loud environment. Sound levels hit 90 decibels around 30 minutes at this level. Could make you deaf, probably. I don't know. All right, let's see what we got here.
Tower Frontier 2924 coming up on library.
So the Frontier plane with the bear on the tail, there's on the left.
23, clear, Frontier 2924.
It looks to be cooling its jets. The plane on the right is American Flight 1828 going to Austin. We just saw a plane coming from Austin. And our next arrival is going to be American Flight 752 from Cozumel in Mexico after a 2.5-hour flight. So let's train our camera on that one. That's the one on the right. The one on the left is Frontier Flight 2974 from Ontario, California, an Airbus A320. It's windy. You see on the bottom of your screen a tiny dot. There's a flight coming in on the east side of DFW.
Yankee Cross 111, full short 18, right, 1977. Tower American 1871, we do visual runway 18 right. 18 right, clear to land, American 1871.
You liar! I'll take you to a seafood place, and you'll be like, oh.
Yankee Cross 18 right, the ramp, 1972, good day.
Are you guys gonna see?
A little soiree going on over there next door to us with Lori M and Texas Girl, and the Lori has a couple of visitors from Great Britain along with her, who we met the other night. The Frontier flight from Ontario is on the right. On the left is American Flight 1871 from Las Vegas. So it's an Airbus A320 on the right and an Airbus A321 on the left. I know you can't tell that from looking at these dots, but is getting windier here. I can feel it. Got another heavy about to go out, flight 1759 to Los Angeles. There it is. It's a 7878. Making its way to the top end of runway 18 left. There's a Frontier flight that's been parked there for a little bit. It fell off the radar. And now it's back. It's going to San Francisco. So there's definitely a pattern with these San Francisco bound flights. We saw a United aircraft earlier this evening, which was cooling its jets before takeoff to SFO. There's the Turkish Dreamliner headed back to Istanbul, which I would expect to go over to the east side for takeoff. That's generally what happens, but we've seen it take off from over here on the west side. So the Dreamliner for Los Angeles is about to take off. There it is. So a couple of Dreamliners in your shot there. Okay, so this is going to Los Angeles. This is about the spot where the 777 lifted off and made its rotation, right? We've already passed that spot. And you can see how much more on the ground this plane was before it took off at a much more leisurely angle. So just making a little comparison there. We have received a $10 super chat from Danny Kennedy. Thank you, Danny. That Embraer 170 is on the left, is going to Chihuahua, Mexico, flight 3723, American Eagle. And there goes the Turkish Dreamliner, as predicted, across the bridge to the east side of the airport for takeoff to Istanbul. It's flight 192. From Phoenix, Arizona comes this Airbus A321. It's flight 1972.
Tower American.
Echo Alpha, short of 111, American.
Well, I'm just taking a little breather here, I guess. Right, we have more planes on the way. Never fear. That American Eagle Embraer 175 is going to Aguascalientes in Mexico.
Board departure for good night on board.
And we have a couple of incoming flights. The one at the top center of your screen is arriving from San Jose, California, flight 2834, American Airlines, 737-800. And the one to the left of it, coming in from Savannah, Georgia, flight 2611, an Airbus A320. And there at the bottom of your screen is Highway 121/114.
Tower American 1288, turn to final for runway 18. 18 right, clear to land, turn 1288.
Over departure, good night, envoy 3613.
Right, Michael Young says, can you replay the 777 to LAX last night that departed at 45 degrees and then leveled off flat? That was special. I will consider putting that up as a separate feed. I don't have the capability to replay that. It's not one of those things I can do, unfortunately. Wish I could.
Well, that one on your right, American 20.
Okay. Texas Girl has just alerted me to the imminent arrival of, where is that? Qatar cargo flight 8131. 777 cargo flight. It is coming in on the east side. But we'll try to get a look at that as it makes its way to the big airport here. This is the flight from Savannah, Georgia, of which we spoke earlier.
3653, good night.
But before that big Qatar cargo plane comes in, let's do this. You're watching Runway DFW After Dark. Your host is named Walt. I am standing here at Founders Plaza at DFW International Airport, where all the plane watchers hang out to watch planes. And we'll be with you for, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how things go. But yeah, we're just watching planes come and go and chatting amongst ourselves. It's fun. So thanks for watching Runway DFW After Dark. On this Saturday, April 6, 2024. Why, there's a plane landing now. From Puerto Vallarta, Airbus A321, American Flight 1288 was that. Now we're going to turn around and see if we can find that Qatar cargo. I think I have it in my sights. I don't know how well we're going to be able to see it, as it is quite far away, coming in on the east side. But that is it there. As close as we can get to it. Once again, this is coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. And you're hearing a plane arriving on this side of the airport from Orlando as we watch this one come in from Atlanta.
Yeah, it's not for the far. It's less of the time when it operates left and right.
So there it is, landing over there, way over on runway 17 left. There's Fareed Abed checking in. Hello, friends, he says. Hi there, Fareed. Good to see you. Randy Bucksbaum, channel member. Here for Runway DFW After Dark. Tom Marchant, who's been a channel member for 5 months. Always enjoy the calmness of a Runway DFW stream. It's about this time when I just break into a funny voice and sound very annoying, but I won't do that. Gina M says, getting late for me. Thanks for letting me be part of your stream, Walt. Keep up the good work, and I hope to be back with the next one. And of course, as we keep saying, the next one is going to be our total solar eclipse special on Monday, starting about 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Here comes a flight, American Eagle flight from Baton Rouge. Looks like he's arriving on runway 17 left. So 17 right, I guess is not available right now. No, I guess, no, it's coming in on 17 right. Sorry, it looked a little far away. So strike what I just said. That plane landed on 17 right, because there was another plane taking off on 17 left at that time, and I'm thinking, well, that can't be. So sometimes my perception gets off a little bit.
RNFB Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, Skyline 3161.
Flight 3161 in the foreground there, going to Grand Junction, Colorado. A Mitsubishi 701, CRJ 701ER. That plane, that shot looks a little crooked to me. Let me pull off that for a second, because I hate when shots are crooked.
American 878 over departure.
I think that's a little better. It's American Flight 1408 from New Orleans. 737-800.
Departure this go is 3161.
The wind coming out of the southeast at 22 miles an hour. So I tell my wife when I get home on nights like this, when I finally sit in the car and there's no wind, it's just so calm and peaceful. Delta Flight 2492 from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A220, is leading the way here with American Eagle 3469 from Jackson, Mississippi. Behind that, and then behind that is American Flight 2351 from Mexico City, 737-800. Here's the Delta flight from Salt Lake on runway DFW. After dark. Let me see if I can determine when the A380 is going to be departing tonight. So that may determine how late we stay. Well, I've got the Qantas flight to Sydney, Dreamliner 7879, scheduled for 10:15. So it's about an hour from now. Well, we're talking about those MD-11s we saw earlier. One of them is scheduled to go out at about 1 a.m. to Louisville, and another one is scheduled to go out about 2 a.m. to Louisville. I will say we won't be there to see those planes, regrettably.
18 right clear to land, oh boy, 9867.
American 25,
The estimated departure of the British Airways Speedbird A380 is now scheduled to depart at 10:20 p.m. So we'll see if we can tough it out till then, so we can get you the full cycle of arrival and departure for that big bird. It was scheduled to depart at 7:30, so it's making up a little time. But I guess there's a lot of folks working pretty hard to get that thing back in the air tonight. Here's the American Airlines jet from Mexico City. And that American, how's that right? That was American Flight 369 to Santa Ana, California. Carl Longerbeam is watching the DFW 9 o'clock weather. They're still thinking there will be high, thin clouds for Monday's eclipse. If so, then it should be okay. If the thicker lower clouds coming in from the hill country come in earlier than forecasted, then it will affect the viewing. Well, you know, as I said, we'll be able to see the effects of the eclipse no matter what. You know, it's going to get dark in the middle of the day. Whether we'll be able to bring you the corona as the moon eclipses the sun, we don't know. We may have a better idea on Monday morning, but it's kind of a hot shot now, and you know, we'll take it as it comes. Hopefully it won't be as windy.
Right heading 190, cleared up to 10,000. We're cleared for takeoff, 18 left on boy 36.
Tom Marchant, channel member, says England and Ireland have been dealing with some weather and high winds that might have something to do with the Speedbird delay. Yeah.
Starboard, pointing to the cube with the visual white right.
What we got there?
White right, clear lane, hold short Bravo, American 13.
Phoenix, Frontier, okay. 56 minutes.
Over to departure, envoy 3611.
Looky here, we got the American Eagle retro livery coming in from Monroe, Louisiana. Love that. We were lucky enough to see the American Airlines retro livery in that. Ooh, is it going to land? Wow. Looked like it was almost ready to make a go around there. But it kind of dropped down there at the last minute. Eagle retro, says Josh Aldrich. There's O'Malley with a graphical representation. Plane over there coming in from Gulfport, where is it? I hate when this happens. Oh, there it is. Gulfport, Mississippi. American Eagle Flight 4833. As I struggle to straighten out my picture here in the wind. There's a representation of the wind with a plane coming in over on the east side. And over on this side, we got a plane coming in from Tampa, Florida. A 737-800 flight 2322 from Florida, Tampa St. Pete. So look at the planes all around us on flight radar 24. You see on the right there, Volaris Flight 801 going back to Mexico City in Airbus A320neo. On the left, American Flight 1005 to San Francisco, 737-800. John M. says, I remember when American Eagle was all propeller planes. Yeah, I remember taking, I can't even remember what it was, to go to Corpus Christi once. So there goes the American flight to San Francisco. It didn't look like it had to hold as long as some of the other flights we've been seeing to SFO. This one's going out as American Eagle Flight 3733 is coming in from Wichita on an Embraer 175, which should be appearing in the picture very shortly. There it is. So glad I put a weight on this camera. It's our behind the scenes camera, which is sitting on top of my car. And it's got a 5-pound weight holding it down. Hope that'll be enough. Gaming Wolf with a $5 super chat. Hello from the Carrollton area. These streams help calm me down after a stressful day. Since I love aviation, keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Gaming Wolf Fox. We don't mean to cause any stress for anybody.
Echo, Whiskey Juliet for the 18 left, runway 3733.
Wait, American 1159.
So we're going to try to hold on for another. When did I say the British Airways plane was due to take off? 10:20, I think.
Tower American 2524. Diesel 13 right. Get the man 13 right, American 2534.
RNF for Laird, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1159. Echo is.
But there is the big British Airways A380 Speedbird. You can see the tail there on the right side of your screen. Still docked at Terminal D.
Echo, Whiskey Lima, Ultra 18 left, runway 3465.
Tower American 1844, we're doing for 18 right.
Yes, runway 3465.
Michael Lee Jackson says, I'm so old. How old are you? My first flight was on an American Airlines DC-3 in the early 60s. Wow, that would have been a sensation. Another super chat from Imre Yurtas. Where's the flight taking off going to? I'm afraid I got to your message a little later than would have I've been able. The problem is, Imre, that I can't always see these chats as they come in while I'm broadcasting. They're on a separate screen, which I have to kind of tear myself away from my computer monitor here, or my viewfinder to look at the computer monitor. So I apologize for not having the information you super chatted me for. Donnie White, channel member, says, hello Walt, very late to the show, out celebrating my dad's 80th birthday, and you know what that means. Well, I do know what that means. Now we did have a birthday salute earlier in the show, but that's been a while ago, so here we go. All right, happy birthday, happy 80th birthday to a great dad and everybody else who's got a birthday going on this week. Happy birthday to everybody with a birthday. James Tokini, channel member, says good evening all. Hope all is going well for everyone. Yes, aside from the wind, we're having a good time here. Skittles is back in the house. Although the front door is only 12 feet away, it was touch and go there for a bit. Skittles tends to like to watch the goings on from the comfort of her vehicle, I think. Whatever works. From West Palm Beach, American Flight 1844, 737-800. Coming in on runway 18 right. I had mentally prepared myself for the wind tonight. I knew it was going to be windy. But sometimes you hope it'll just kind of calm down there for a second or two. There's that Volaris aircraft, which is going to Mexico City. Seems like it's been over there for a while. Skittles letting us know that the bucket seats in her vehicle are incredibly comfortable. Yeah, sometimes car seats can be more comfortable than just about anything else. You can recline them, and some of them you can adjust the lumbar and all that stuff. You can heat them. My seats in my car. Oh, look at that, Air Cal. When's that coming in? I couldn't. Texas girl showing me that the Air Cal livery on its way, but I couldn't see. And I'm talking about the American Airlines Air Cal Special Heritage livery. There she goes. So I couldn't quite make out as she held her phone up in front of me when it was due in. So maybe we'll be surprised. Looks like Volaris is getting the call to action here. Volaris, the plane that always seems to be hiding something on its tail. The plane with the pixelated tail. I mean, what's that supposed to be? It's not a V for Volaris. Maybe we'll never know. Maybe it's one of those things where they just want you to imagine something there, and anybody can imagine whatever it is that they want on the tail of Volaris. Buenas noches a todos.
Going to departure right, take your 1, thank you, good night. Runway 1811, American 1117. Take it away, check.
So I think going out here is American Flight 1458 to Oklahoma City, an Airbus A321. Oklahoma City, about, I guess, what, about a 45-minute flight, something like that. It's like a big American plane is getting pushed back from Terminal D there. Check that out in a minute. So, pulling out, pushed back in front of the A380 is an American Airlines 777-300ER going to London, just as the British Airways plane will be doing when it gets all turned around. And that's a fuzzy digital zoom in of the 777 in front of the behemoth A380. Gavin Hamilton says the tail of the Volaris flight represents the polar star. Okay. No, he did not know that. James Sokini says, I bet those passengers on the planes are getting a fun ride when landing tonight. Those planes are floating the landing quite a bit. We did observe some of that. There's a landing right there. Carlo Longerbeam says, I'm loving the light display on the Bank of America building in the background. And that would be on this shot. We don't have as clear a view of it as we normally do because of our position tonight. It is kind of, it's the build, what she's talking about is to the right of the East Tower there. I don't know if we can get a closer look at that on our other camera. Well, not very much closer. Actually, pretty much the same shot. But it's a little less obscured by the light pole on this shot, but it is kind of reverberating in all sorts of colors there. That building, the tallest building in Dallas, the Bank of America Tower, that has all those colors going. When it was built, it was outlined in green. It had argon green bulbs adorning it, but it was only one color. It was just green. And later on in the life of that building, they switched it out with I guess LED illumination, which they can make be any color or all the colors. Arriving there was American Flight 1803 from McAllen, Texas, 737-800. Brent Michael Young says, Walt, can you do a special Atlanta edition? I haven't considered that. Is there anybody doing a regular live broadcast from Atlanta Hartsfield? I don't think I've seen one. I've seen some other streamers go out there and you know, do a special, but I never have. I know there's a hotel that kind of overlooks the airport from which I guess you could get a room and stream to your heart's content. I'm not, unlike some other channels, Runway DFW is kind of a side hustle for me. I do have a full-time job, so I'm not quite as flexible as some other channels, like our friends Kevin and Rudy. Well, Rudy has a full-time job as a teacher, of course, but Kevin that's his whole thing, is doing airline videos live. So he's got the time, and he's also got the experience in doing remote broadcasts, which I have very little of. I was able to drive down to Austin once last year, and so could do a couple shows from there, but I had all my gear. It was in the car. I did go to LAX for the Cranky Dork Fest last year, and I did 2 shows from there. And Kevin was a great help to me on that. But obviously, ooh, look at this plane. Doing a little wing wag there. But obviously, LAX is very well covered by plane spotters. So it was a novelty to do a show from there, but you know, I don't know that I can add anything because I don't have the knowledge that these other streamers have. But we will be doing some programs, or at least I'm planning some live broadcasts from Indianapolis International Airport later this month. I don't know how many shows there'll be. And this is American Eagle flight coming in from Pensacola, Florida, flight 3820 and Embraer 175. But we'll be at Indianapolis International Airport for at least a couple of shows, I think. So we'll kind of flex our remote broadcast muscles there. See what we can do. We're looking at the American Airlines 777, which is on its way, it's Flight 80, on its way over to the east side of the airport for departure to the UK. That's the nice thing about the A380 is that it's very reliably comes in on the west side of the airport and leaves from this west side of the airport. And so we'll go back to it here for a second to see. There it is, still parked at Terminal D. And I believe the last we checked, the flight was scheduled to depart.
RNB park, clear for takeoff, 18 left American 621.
Let's see, does it have it here? It's not on the official American Airlines or the official airport, well, on the Flight Radar 24 docket yet. As we watch United flight come through. We do have Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney scheduled to go out. That's a Dreamliner at 10:15, so about 30 minutes from now. If we can hang on that long, we will bring you that. Have to check the batteries. So that's Flight 192 there. See if it's changed any. Estimated departure 10:20 p.m. So we'll see if we can hang around for that plane and the Qantas flight out to Sydney, and then we'll see if we can wrap things up. Randy Bucksbaum says, fare thee well. Everyone have a great evening. See you tomorrow on the big Sunday show over there at Airline Videos Live. Thanks for hanging out with us, Randy, and for being a member of the channel. Carol Chigar says, will you do one in Dulles, Virginia? And again, I don't know. We'll see. My travels are a little bit limited by, you know, as I said, my full-time job. What I would really like to do is to visit my son, who lives and works in Seoul, South Korea, and do some broadcasts from there. Of course, Seoul has two airports, Incheon and Gimpo. I've never been to Gimpo. I did fly there once to Seoul, Incheon. That was in the year 2016, I think. So it's been quite a while since I've been there. But I do have an excuse to go to Seoul. So maybe we'll have a show from there sometime. And Randy says thank you, and I say thank you to you. Donnie White says, I absolutely love Runway DFW. I'm honored to be a member here, and I can't remember everyone who's gifted me in membership. You know who you are. God bless each one of you. Proud to be here. Thank you, Donnie. So nice. Christopher Allen says, Walt, will you be at DFW next weekend? I expect that I will be. You going? Thank you. It's good to see you again. Thank you for plane spotting with us. That was Texas Girl, saying goodnight to her. Yes, the thing is with our broadcasts, I can't really have a set schedule because I just can't. Hassan Badr says, are you going to stay live until about 10:45 p.m.? It's possible. My goal right now is to get the A380 into the sky, and also the Spirit of Australia off to Sydney, and that probably will do it. We may be on, and I'll do our patented chat extravaganza. But we're not watching planes when that happens. It's just you guys chatting and watching me tear everything down as I put things away. So we shall see. Texas Dirt Fishing channel member says, I wonder if you have enough followers now that we can organize a meaningful petition to get restrooms added to Founders Plaza. No, not sure how you make it 4 hours. Well, I try to limit my intake before I come out here. That being said, there have been times when I've wished that there were restrooms out here, but I suspect the airport would not put restrooms in here, if only to discourage people from hanging out for extended periods of time. You know, you could almost camp out here if that were the case. The original hours of this, of Founders Plaza, which is the viewing, it's where we are right now. That's where we're standing at, Founders Plaza. It's a public viewing area with parking and with benches, you know, picnic benches. You can bring your lunch or dinner and just eat and watch planes. It's really fun, and it's a nice feature that the airport has. But I suspect they probably don't want people to spend more than a couple of hours here. The bright light in the upper left-hand corner of your screen there is American Airlines Flight number 9 from Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's an Airbus A319. And there you see the traffic on Highway 121. The bottom of your screen. That would be American Flight 2868, 737-800, which is on its way to Los Angeles. Speaking of Los Angeles, of course, our friends Kevin and Rudy will be broadcasting live from Clutter's Park tomorrow morning for their big Sunday spectacular show. And it being Sunday, I do a lot more listening to the Airline Videos Live Sunday Spectacular. I do more listening in the car because I'm in the car a lot on Sundays. But you know, it's fun to just listen to it. Those two guys have a great banter, as I'm sure you know if you are watching that. Well, we have another plane which we probably won't get to see take off over on this side, and there it is with the red tail, the red and gold tail, the Iberia Flight 6148 off to Madrid in España. It's an Airbus A330-300. And typically this goes over to the east side for takeoff. Sure, it'd be nice if it took off from this side tonight. Here's another look at Founders Plaza. We're encircled by a fence that says area temporarily closed. And there goes the Iberia flight over to the east side. Walt, says Donnie White, have you ever thought about bringing an empty gallon of milk container so you can discreetly relieve yourself? I don't think we want to get into any details there, but I do have emergency, yeah. Let's just leave it at that. That was American Flight 2356 from Los Angeles in Airbus A321. Here for you on Runway DFW After Dark. Texas Dirt Fishing says, my daughter and I came to Spot earlier tonight. Watching you multitask for this production is impressive. Well, it's one of those things you get used to. There's a lot going on, and I can't say that I don't think we've ever had a flawless presentation here. Let's just say that, but it's fun to do. Roman Kozowinski says, hi from Warsaw, Poland. Cool. Ross Ginn, channel member, says, suspect that place, Founders Plaza, will be a mess for the eclipse. And yeah, that was the conclusion I reached in making the determination, the executive decision that we would not be doing our eclipse broadcast from here. I figured I'd probably have to get here in the middle of the night, and even then it might be crazy town over here with people, camping out and whatnot. So I found myself an alternate place, and for those of you who haven't heard or haven't been tuned in, we will be live for the total solar eclipse from here in North Texas. I will be at Love Field at an eclipse watching party from a garage which overlooks all of Love Field and it's got a clear view of downtown Dallas skyline. It's going to be great. And if you're a member of the channel, you can watch a little preview live test stream that we did from that location on Friday afternoon. And if you're not a member, you'll just have to tune in on Monday. Beth F. wants to know what's my all-time favorite plane, and I've made it pretty clear over the years that it's 747. Any variety of it, I'm on board with the 747. Number 2 for me is the Airbus A340. Kind of a 4-engined aficionado. But for some reason, the A380 is not really near the top of my list. I'd probably put the MD-11 ahead of that on my list. I don't have anything against the A380. It's just that, I don't know, it just didn't really... I don't know. Looks out of proportion somehow. I guess I'd put it that way. The 747 has that distinctive look. The A340 to me, especially in the version that Lufthansa would fly here to Dallas-Fort Worth, the A340-300, I think it is, has those little cigar-shaped engines which make it reminiscent to me of the profile of the great jet planes of the initial jet age, the DC-8 and the 707. I know it's a wide-body plane and not a narrow-body plane, but with those smaller engines, it calls up to me, just kind of reminds me of those original jet planes. That's American Flight 2514 from Phoenix, Arizona, an Airbus A321. Phoenix being an hour and 42-minute flight. That is American Flight 2895 to Kansas City. They're getting ready to take off, 737-800. Let's check in on the A380 again. And I don't see it pushed back quite yet. We're still about 20 minutes from when it seems to be scheduled to go out. King Kai says, good evening from Australia. Good evening to you. Hey, if you hang around, we should be seeing the Qantas flight Dreamliner going out to Sydney in short order within the next half hour or so, if it's on schedule. Randall M says hello from the ATL. Hello, Randall. Thanks for being a subscriber to the channel. Anna the Dispatcher says, my favorite plane is the C-17 Globemaster. We saw one of those at Love Field a couple of weeks ago. It was bringing in the presidential Marine One helicopter. That was pretty fascinating to see. Donnie White says, excited about the new location at Love Field. The circular location, can't wait to see that view. Well, as I said, you get a preview of it in your channel member, so you can click on it if you so choose. Maybe you just want to be surprised. Andy Davies, channel member, a fan of the A350-1000. Yeah, that's a pretty cool plane. All these planes I've talked about, I've never been on one. I've never been on a 747. I've never been on an A380. I've never been... Well, I have been on a DC-10 before. I don't know if I've ever been on an MD-11, but I know I've been on DC-10s back in the day. It was so long ago, I can't even tell you. I can't even recall what the experience was. I think the first wide-body plane I was ever on, I'm pretty sure about this, was a Delta L-1011 tri-jet. And I do remember the experience because I'd never been on a wide-body plane before. And yeah, just that experience of being in such a large cabin was pretty amazing. Chad Hart says, trying to pick your favorite airline is like trying to pick your favorite car. Beto Basilio says hello from Arkansas. Hello to you, Beto. Good to see you here. Donnie White says the A340 cigar-shaped engines, I feel it gives the jet some character. I do. I also suspect it gives the jet...
2895 departure.
It makes the jet even less fuel efficient than it would be with the larger, more modern engines. James Tocchini says C-130 is probably my favorite plane. I'm kind of biased, though, because I flew on it a few times before. Yeah, I've only flown twice since... Well, I went to Seoul in 2016 on American Airlines, non-stop from here. And that would have been on a 777. And then the only other flight I've had since then was to go to Los Angeles last September for the Cranky Dork Fest, and that was on an A321neo going out and on an A320 coming back. And the first flight was fine, it was good, I liked it. The second flight, I was sick, and I just felt awful. So I don't even remember being on that plane. I remember getting on it and then getting off it. That's about it. And as I said, at the end of this month, we'll be off to Indianapolis for what I hope to be at least a couple of broadcasts from Indianapolis International Airport. So we'll see how that goes. I have enlisted my friend, my old college roommate Howard, to be my sidekick for at least one of those broadcasts. And he seems game. He's another, TV radio guy, so... So we're still waiting on the Speedbird. We should be within about 10 or 15 minutes of it pushing back, if the schedule I saw is correct. Beth F. says, I've never been on a plane, but if and when I do, it'll most likely be a 737. Well, certainly if you're flying on American Airlines out of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, you're kind of a coin flip for a 737 or an A320 something or other. And if you're flying on Southwest, well, then that's all you're going to be on is a 737, of course. Robert Brune says, my favorite plane is the B-2 Stealth Bomber. But how can you see it? AP says, my one and only time on a 747 was a United flight from San Francisco to Hong Kong. One big screen per section for entertainment. Well, you're dating yourself now there, AP. Randall M. says, my favorite is the 757. I do like the 757. I would put that on my top 5 list. Rob Thompson says, I have a love-hate relationship with the C-17. Was either jumping out of one or coming home or going to. Yikes. I can't say that I could ever jump out of a plane. I mean, I guess if I had to, I would, but... American Flight 1525 to El Paso, Texas is about to enter your shot there. It's a 737-800. There it is. Anthony Guinan says that extra wheel bogey on the A340 in the middle stands out. It is a mark of distinction. This is a very dark airport, relatively speaking. I guess I'd say relatively speaking to maybe LAX, where the surrounding area is kind of closer in, and so there's more ambient light which falls on the aircraft. We're so far back here that, you know, and of course we're looking into the terminal area where there is light, that everything gets kind of backlit, so we got to kind of dial up the gain on our camera so that you can see, kind of see things in the on the side of the plane that we're looking at. So sometimes it gets a little grainy, and sometimes the highlights in the background get kind of blown out because we're trying to see something in the foreground. So we're doing the best we can as far as that goes. Of course, our cameras help a lot. Great Sony cameras that are were provided to us by our great channel sponsor, James Webb. And speaking of channel sponsor and members of the channel, I would be remiss if I didn't make reference to all of those fine folks, and so I will do that as soon as this plane lifts off. We're going to do our honor roll. Which will delineate all of our channel members as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. So let's go to that now, shall we? It's our thank you list. You're going to see the names of everyone who, as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, was a member of the Runway DFW channel family. And that list always starts out with our friend James Webb. We thank him for funding this channel to the point where we've got all the gear we need. So thank you, James Webb. And next up is our Quad Jet channel members, our highest level of membership. We got about 23 folks in there, and you'll recognize their names, I am sure. So here goes the Quadjet channel members. Again, this is as of this afternoon, so if you're a new member, you won't see your name on this list until next time. But there's 757 Chip, A-list flyer Chris, Beaker and Honeydew, Bevet, Cubs, Wynn, Dan Griffiths, Deborah Klein, Dimitri H., Dwayne C., James Tokini, James Webb, Josh Aldrich, Kai, Kansas Avgeek, Lori M., who was just here a little while ago, Michael Schwarzkopf, Michelle R.S., Pete Nordine, R. Bauer 25, Raina Taylor, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, and Will Hutchison, our Quadjet channel members. Thank you to all of you. And a special thanks to all of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members whose names you're about to see go by. C. Justice says the plane I loved flying on was the 727-200. Hate that they're pretty much all gone. Yeah, I've been on my share of 727, that's for sure. I remember being on a BAC 111. Is that what it's called? It was a British Aerospace Corporation twin jet. Kind of looks sort of like the 737. I can't remember who was flying it. It might have been Allegheny or Piedmont or I can't remember. Donnie White asks, Walt, can you explain the flashing red lights? Is the Sunset Limited coming through? I guess I'm not sure what flashing red light. The ones that are flashing there in the... Oh. I think I know what you mean. There are... Maybe this is what you're talking about. There are some there's roads that go around the runways here, and there's stop signs there. And I think that's just an extra alert for vehicular traffic, I think. Here comes American Eagle Flight 4095 from Billings, Montana. It is an Embraer 175. It's a 2-hour and 21-minute flight. We've got American Airlines Flight 1797 about to lift off for Las Vegas. 737-800. About to come into the shop there. And as this goes out, we may well see American Airlines Flight number 1789 arriving from Memphis, Tennessee. That'll be a 737-800 as well. Right here on Runway DFW After Dark. Speedbird's still docked in there. Expected to go at it about this hour, but we will see. Well, the flight from Memphis was a little further away than I had reckoned. Flight 1789 coming in from
1797.
Memphis. Balangandio Traversal says, I'm staying in Dallas for a weekend. You got me interested in visiting the DFW Founders Plaza. Is it challenging to go there and out without a car? Yeah, it would be kind of challenging. There's no public transportation here, and it's not really within walking distance. I mean, I guess if you like to walk, I guess you could, but so you'd probably have to get a taxi or an Uber or a Lyft, some kind of vehicle like that, unless you did have a car, unless you had somebody who could bring you over. It's just not, it's not interconnected with the terminal area whatsoever, unfortunately. We do get a lot of Uber drivers and limo drivers come over here just to hang loose while they're waiting for their next fare. M.R. Rice says the SR-71 is the king of military planes. Good night, Walt. Thank you for that, MR.
We're parking at Delta 15 spot 137.
Emery Yurtis with a $2 super chat says, Walt, what time is your flight to Indianapolis? You know, I've made the preliminary reservation. I haven't finalized it yet, so I don't know yet.
Oh, are you talking? I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I was just wondering what you're doing.
We're doing a live broadcast on YouTube on the Runway DFW channel.
That is so cool. I'll have to follow that. That's so neat.
Thank you. So, Emery, I don't know yet. I'll announce that before I depart. C. Justice says, my DFW flights back in the day were always Braniff and American 727s usually. Texas International DC-9s and flew Braniff Big Orange 747-200 twice to and from Hawaii. Great times to be alive. Yeah. Things are different now as far as what planes are coming and going. All right, so we're keeping our eyeballs peeled on the A380. I don't believe it's moved yet. I think I see Beve in the audience there, a little Beve. B Streak says, my first flight was a Delta L1011 as a 4-year-old. I see them in old films on YouTube and it always makes me smile. And O'Malley, referring back to something I said earlier, yeah, the MD-80-ish, I think, is the BAC 111. Huh? Is that right? I can't remember now. Oh yeah, I think you're right. It had the engines attached to the fuselage back near the tail section. You're right. Channel member Brandon Dragasic says, Walt, a little late to the party tonight. I know the focus is right now on the eclipse, but I'm hoping you will be out at DFW on April 17th in the morning for the inaugural Japan Airlines A350-1000 service from Haneda. That is something I will look forward to. I'll circle that on my calendar. I would like to see that. Most certainly. AP says Qantas on the move back to Sydney. Oh, good. It is indeed. It kind of escaped our attention here. But there it is, the Spirit of Australia. The 7879. About to make the big trip across the Pacific Pond. Got a real party going on next to us. So here it goes, one of the longest flights you can get out of here, all the way to Sydney.
Qantas 8, we just stopped on the runway for the moment. No, Qantas
8. Posing for its pictures.
Qantas 8, we'd like to go down to Yankee and come back around.
747 Superfan wants to know, what's all that giggling, Walt? Well, there's a group of young people sitting on a blanket next to us. They're having a good time.
Foxtrot and Whiskey Foxtrot, we'll do Qantas 8.
I thought I overheard the captain say something about Whiskey Foxtrot, which are taxiways. It's turning around. There may be some passenger issue, or maybe they don't have all their load factors punched into the computer yet. But it's doing a little dance there for us. I heard the captain saying something on the ATC, but I didn't catch what it was. So we get an extended look at the Flying Roo. I'm sure the passengers on there who are bracing for, what, a 13-hour flight or maybe more to Sydney are a little flummoxed when they see the plane start rolling down the runway slowly and then slowly turning back. O'Malley said they asked to exit a taxiway. Why? And Andy Davies referring to this as a ground go-around. I guess you could call it that, yeah. Carla Longabeam says, my pillow is waiting for me to go to bed. Time to go to bed. Well, Carla, don't let us keep you. But we hope you have a pleasant dream time and hope to see you again soon on Runway DFW. More posing, says O'Malley. And AP postulates that maybe somebody's stuck in the lavatory. Well, that completes our list of channel members. Thank you to all of you once again. Here goes American Flight 2121 from San Francisco. 737-800 roaring past us. You know, the winds have calmed down a bit. Down to 16 miles an hour, says the airport. So Qantas is waiting. Still don't see Speedbird on the radar yet. Quite an animated discussion over there, aren't they? Gavin Hamilton says, lots and lots of Tim Tams. And O'Malley's correcting me, the average flight time of Qantas Flight 8.
Yeah, Qantas Heavy is ready to go.
16 hours and 39 minutes.
And I've learned 18 left, clear to take off from Qantas.
I think they're ready to take off now. Whatever it was that... Doug Houston says Sydney just rolled back their clocks overnight. So they're on... they rolled back. Spring forward, yeah, roll back. Because it's winter time there. Well, no, it's fall now in down under. I wish I was that entertaining. They're ruining this broadcast. It's supposed to be laid back. Spirit flight coming in from Las Vegas there in the foreground.
Good night, contact.
Safe travels to Sydney.
Lima and upper route.
All right, time for a check-in on the British Airways Speedbird. And we'll punch up that camera and see that it's still at the terminal.
Right 190, 4000, good for takeoff, 18 left, envoy 3617.
Well, let me see if there's an update here in the system. So let me see here. I'm still not seeing it on the
3597
official
envoy 3617, good night.
departure list. But if I type this in for flight 193, no, we're looking at flight 192. I do believe it's moving. Looky there. Let's do our digi-zoom, and you can see clearly that it's being pushed back now. So we are going to get to see this big bird take off before we take off. I'll have what they're having.
Tower, good evening, American 2438 with visual 18 right.
Michael A. Jackson says, Walt, will you be there in the morning to lead in for Kevin and Rudy? I'm afraid I shall not tomorrow. A, because we're here so late tonight, and B, I've got to do some preparation work for our Eclipse broadcast on Monday. Have I mentioned that we're doing an Eclipse broadcast on Monday? I think I might have. Monday morning, 10:30 or so Central Time in the U.S. I'll be putting up a post about that sometime tomorrow. And cloudy skies or sunny skies will be here to bring you what it looks like to be in a total solar eclipse from our new position at Dallas Love Field, where we get a commanding view of Dallas Love Field. The skyline of Dallas, downtown Dallas. It's a really great location. So I hope you can take time to be with us on Monday. All I can say is that our last Eclipse broadcast, which was last fall, when we had a partial solar eclipse, that was our biggest live audience ever here on Runway DFW. So I expect we'll get something, I expect we'll get a little kick in the pants there as far as views go. Donnie White, the A380, a majestic beast. It is indeed. And Landis says, gosh, positioning with those other aircraft highlights the 380's size. It really does. I mean, you see that thing and you say, how can that possibly take off and land so gracefully?
Departure on point 3665, good night.
Johnny Dodge says, dang it, I had the catering crew scheduled to Founders Plaza on Monday. Well, good luck getting the catering crew in here, because I suspect that it's just going to be a madhouse here at Founders Plaza. And, I kind of wish I could be here, but I just thought it would be a safer bet to be somewhere where it's a little more under control. And so we will be on the rooftop of a car dealership on Monday morning. The roof, they're like seven-story garage, which actually used to be the Braniff Terminal Garage at Love Field. There's a bit of history there.
Departure on 438-232.
And again, if you are a channel member of Runway DFW, you can get a sneak preview of our eclipse watching location. There is a video. Well, we did a live stream, which was only for members of the channel. Well, while we wait for the big Speedbird, we've got some other things going on here. Got a bunch of planes actually lined up. It may take a while for the 380 to take off if these other planes are are lining up here. That's American 3589 off to Laredo, Texas. And there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 other planes which are awaiting their turn to take off. So, man, you know, it's going to take a while for the 380 to get up here, so.
Crossing 18 left, pulling short, 18 right, American local.
As the wind picks up again. Brandon Dragasic says, Walt, is that garage also near the Legend Airlines terminal? I believe that is the one that we're speaking of.
Go ahead and park that 430, 580.
Hey, we have a heavy jet incoming.
18 left, clear for takeout, American 2198.
This is American Flight 9794 from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which I believe would be a repositioning flight. Tulsa is a maintenance base for American Airlines. So let's see where this goes. If it goes to the left, it may have some passengers aboard. If it turns to the right, it's probably headed for the hangar area. Let's see.
Left to be Delta 29. High speed to Golf 8, hold short 18 left, American 979 further. Line up and wait, 18 left on boy 3569.
So the 777 looks like it's
First runway 4065.
making a left turn over to the terminal area. So maybe it does have some passengers from Tulsa on it. Who knows? Well, the plane of great interest to us now is this one here, this double-decker, all lit up, going to London. And that is making a right-hand turn up a central taxiway. James O'Keefe says, I would never have thought that kids would hang out there on a Saturday night. Things sure have changed, LOL. I don't know, maybe this is the 21st century version of a malt shop. Who knows? Donnie White says, God bless you, Walt. Thank you for your time and everything you share with all of us. I am honored to have you all hanging out here with me. So thank you. Michael H. Jackson says, was it me or did that 777 look really shiny?
Over departure, you're gonna head on board.
Bet Tulsa gave it a good wash first. That could be, I couldn't really tell. You guys can see things a little more clearly than I can. You and your big screen TVs and stuff. We have a new subscriber. I am unable to pronounce your screen name, but thank you for that. It is kind of, I don't know, heartwarming, maybe that's not the word, but encouraging that kids here find a place to hang out and just have some fun and laughs and watch planes. Almost seems kind of old-fashioned.
Tower Frontier 3414 with your visual 18 right. 18 right, cleared land at Frontier 3414.
Adios, 2191.
Cross 18 left Golf 8, ground 485, American 9794, SQ9. Ultra 18 right, on the left 258.
So we're following along with the British Airways Speedbird, Flight 192 to London Heathrow. And this will be our final aircraft of the night. Putting our program over the 5-hour mark, I think, tonight. Haven't had any technical meltdowns, I don't think. Don't jinx yourself, Walt.
RFB Park, 18 left, convoy 3466, clear for
I've got my marine battery out here tonight. I've got that powering up the computer, which is the most power-hungry piece of equipment I have. And it hasn't failed me yet, the marine battery. It weighs 50 pounds. And it just goes and goes and goes. Well, you know, we may have one other plane to see. We'll see. The Qatar cargo plane we saw coming in earlier from, I believe it was Atlanta, that's a 777, is lighting up on the radar to go to Miami.
departure on 3463.
So we'll see, I don't know. I think after this plane leaves, I'm going to be ready to go. Now, this is interesting. If I remember the last night we were here, this behemoth did not take off from the primary takeoff position we're accustomed to, but instead it took off from right around there. Now the runway, 18 left, is I think about 2.5 miles long, so even if it starts from there, it's got plenty of runway to take off from, I think. So we'll see, I think, I'm not sure. Well, if it turns to the left here, then it's going to be taking off. It turns to the right. It's got a little more to go before it will turn around and take off. Frontier plane coming in from Denver, there in the foreground.
Our departure, Spirit Wings, 1112, see you.
An intersection takeoff. There's a name for it. Well, let's see what it does here. It'd be nice if it would come up and see us. We'd get a little closer look at it. Well, I think it is going to take off from right there.
Parking west side, 3414. Whiskey Lima, hold short, 18 left, Frontier 3414.
So not as good a look at it as we would hope to have gotten, but it did this the last time we were here. There it goes. Putting on a show for the passengers in Terminal D there.
Alright, line up and wait, 18 left, Envoy 3480. Fare thee well. Have a great flight back to London. And Texas Gallo 7 says, now I get to watch it fly over us in just a minute or two. Well, enjoy. Kelly Clark says, I have to go to work. Good night, Kelly. Well, we're about to say good night as well. Before we take our leave, let's watch an Air Canada flight come in, shall we? If I can find it in the viewfinder here. Air Canada Flight 1033 coming in. Airbus A220. Driving from Toronto after a 2-hour and 59-minute flight. And let me make sure we're not missing anything else here. That Qatar cargo plane has It's on the radar that the 777, but I don't think it's moved out of the cargo area yet, so I do believe that's going to do it for us. So, let me think. Let me put on some music here if I can. And this is the time I like to thank everybody for hanging out with us. We want to give special thanks to Runway DFW channel sponsor James Webb. Thank you, James, for everything you do for this channel. We would also like to give our thanks to Kevin at Airline Videos Live for providing us with portable power supplies, and they'll be there charged up for you next time you come here, Kevin. Hope to see you soon. And of course, to the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, they get a round of applause. Yeah, okay. Thank you to you. Thanks for watching. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. And don't forget, on Monday, we'll be back with you for the total solar eclipse extravaganza starting about 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Watch for our alert on that on the channel. Set your alarms and all that stuff. Subscribe and like. And now we're going to have our little goodbye music, and then we'll have the chat extravaganza, so stay tuned for that.
Travel arrangements for overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.
Convoy 37's early.
Now it's time. Wait. Here. Now you can hear me. Now it's time for the exclusive Runway DFW feature that only we have. Yes, it's Chat Extravaganza, in which we play kind of cheesy elevator music. Actually, I kind of like the music. I don't know what you think, but I like it. We play this music, and I pack up. I'm going to reposition that camera there so you get a little better look at me packing up. And so you've got it. You've got the show to yourselves now. You guys take over in the chat. And so here comes the music. And I'm going to pack up, and we'll see you in a little bit here on Runway DFW.
This is the bright blend of easy rock.
Contact Porch Runway 3708.
RFP Park, right left, clear for takeoff, 2347. Wind left to turn to the Larry, have to take off, American. Tower American 1679, we're number 1 here with the Fox Show, we're still waiting on the numbers. 178-115 for 170.
Yeah, we have the American 75. Okay, Whiskey Golf for sure, 1 turn left American 785, 1 England. Alright, left turn going Whiskey Golf following the Airbus 16921.
Sequence number for American 1744. There's 24, see ya.
1 left, clear for takeoff, American 660,
1 left, line up away, American 1744. Hard up to Blair and 1 left, clear for takeoff, American 1744.
Line up and wait to runway 1 left, American 785.
Alright, we'll go for Whiskey Golf, American 1744.
Can I handle the departure, American 660? American 185. Runway 18 left, frontier 2921. Good departure, American 785. You have a good night, sir. River takeoff, 111, partner 11, parking 2921.
You've got the best blend.
Short departure, country flight 2921, good night. On out to Larry, 1816, takeoff, American 44.
Set up a weight, 18 left, American 67.
Departure, American 6044, good night.
I have 18 left, please take off for 1679.
Directly 67, visual code 20 right. Turn left on your right, straight, 67, 100.
Departure, good night, American 1679.
The hits just keep coming.
18 left, 6189.
We're the home of easy rock. It's the brightest blend.
American 446, miles away, 18 left.
Good night, go 6199.
Start out to Beach Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 446.
Arnett, Valerian 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 350.
18 miles out, American 2203, clear, 18 right. 18 right, we're clear to land, we park in the upper side, defect.
first choice for continuous favorites.
I appreciate it. 2207.
got good time oldies. Do you remember?
All right, Runway DFW loyal viewers who've stuck with me through all this packing up, it is time for your host to finish packing up, unplugging the stuff that'll throw us off the air. So, thank you so much for hanging out with us this evening. We'll see you on Monday morning, 10:30, for the Runway DFW special coverage of the total solar eclipse at Dallas Love Field. Hang out with us then if you can, and we'll see you on Monday morning. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.
Come along, it's a blast.